Well, very here in St. Johann in Austria, and our first match for you on table 2 on day 2 is between Pia Filler from Germany up against Austria's Lena Primus. It's 9-ball, it's a race to 7. Alternate break after 2 racks, so that's 2 breaks each in the alternate format. There's a 3-point rule as well. I'm Mark White on the mic for this one. Good to have you with us, guys. And we start with an illegal break. So even though the 4-ball went down, there's nothing else past the head string. So just to explain that rule to you, you get a point for every ball you make on the break and a point for every ball past the head string. You've got to make a total of 3 points. If you fail to do so, it's an illegal break. And the incoming player has the choice of whether they want to play from where the cue ball lays, push out, or maybe give it back to you. So nice little start here from Pia. I think she can, well, I'm not sure she can play short side. Maybe able to just run this in, actually. Kind of like a stun follow. Play the 3 into the same pocket. Oh, she's gone short side in the end. So a nice easy combo. Just has to be careful that she controls the 3 as well. She's gone just a little bit off straight here. So maybe bumping into the 9 or the 7 here. Oh, she was able to miss both, but she's left herself just a little bit of a cut on this 3-ball. Could play it with lots of inside spin, so lots of right-hand spin, about 5 on the clock face. Kind of drag it in with some right-hand spin to check it for the 6-ball. Yeah, that's held up very, very nicely. And this is absolutely perfect now to stun off the side rail. Back to the centre of the table for the 7. There's also a combo on there, look, 7-9, but she won't bother with that. Yeah, just slightly off here. She could play just a slight stun, just hold it for the 8 to the side. Beautifully done. So the perfect start then for the German. Just had her 28th birthday on June the 7th, just a week before mine. I've got a few years on Pia though. Nicely done. So has already won the Austrian Open Euro Tour. So defending her title here. She also won the Luxembourg Open this year. Straight pull European champion. European 9-ball champion. She's done it all. Sure she'll be chasing a world title. So Lena with her second break of the 2. Oh, she's going to have to get a bit more power into this. Otherwise, it's going to cost her dearly. Once again, making the 1 in the side, but no balls past the head string. And this 2-ball slides down the rail, past the 3, into the corner, back and forth with the cue ball for the 3. Good chance here to double a lead. Oh, well, that was a little bit fortunate. She really overcut that. Now then, Can she make a possible combo on this 8 ball and send the 3 over towards the 4? That's what she's looking at. Really did overcut that 2 ball. Well, 2 bits of good fortune in a row there for Pia. Well, a good solid hit. Now then, the 3, I think, does pass the 6 ball here. I think Pia's game has really come on in the last couple of years. I'll be honest, when I first saw her 4 or 5 years ago, I mean, okay, she was a good player, but I wasn't sure how much improvement she could still make, what she could be capable of, and she's showing us all exactly. Had some good finishes as well in the WPBA events in the United States. She made a vow to compete in as many of those as she possibly could. And this is awkward because, okay, she's got some angle. Wants to be playing the 6 into the same pocket, I would imagine. Needs it to bounce. Well, she's on it, but it's quite a thin one. Cue ball running wild around 3 or 4 rails. Well, what do you do here? Does it just slide in off the long rail? The cloth is, well, it's over a week old now. It's about 10 days old. Did notice yesterday that some balls that were sliding in at the beginning of the week aren't necessarily doing the same thing now. That's why she's played the safety. And it's a pretty good safety as well. Great weight on the cue ball, good weight on the 7 as well. I think Lena may be forced into going for this bank shot into the bottom right hand corner. We do have 3 streamed tables for you, all the way through to the finals on Sunday. Of course, we'll only be using 2 on the finals day. But 3 for your enjoyment now on Pro Billiard TV. Now, how's this gone? Needs a bit of luck. Well, little tap of the chalk, acknowledging that she got a little bit lucky there. Over on table number 1, Stefan Kasper up against his fellow countryman Michael Thorne. It's over on table number 1 for you guys. Tim DeLeiter is in the commentary booth for that one. Well, see what I mean about these pockets tightening up. That would certainly have gone in a few days ago, but not now. Well, she's got options here, but doesn't want to flirt with the side pocket. Maybe go inside spin, right hand spin. Well, did you see that? Didn't really cue it well, kind of decelerated on it and pushed the cue ball right the way out to the right there. You could visibly see the cue ball pushing away. Didn't grab the cue ball, Pia. So a chance for Lena to win one of the racks on her break. Pia Filler will have the next 2. Yeah, so a bit of a gift. One it is. Now, the table is tapped, guys, so we're not using a rack, we're not using a template. There's a special little tool that's used to put little dents in the cloth to make the ball sit in. I remember years ago, Ralph Souquet actually invented a little tapping tool, a little template. Not sure if that's the one they still use today, but the table is tapped, so the ball's racked nice and quickly, nice and consistently, looking to make the 1 in the side. Nine racked on the spot, of course. Yeah, 2 balls down, 1 past the head string, so the 3-point rule is adhered to. And there's a nice look at this 1 ball as well. You can go 2 rails for the 2 into the bottom left. This is looking very, very promising. 3 ball lays very nicely in relation to the 2 as well. I'm sure if Joshua isn't playing, he's watching somewhere. There you can see Michael Thorne sat waiting his turn against Stefan Kasper. Well, that was a little bit wide again from Pia. So another mistake into the same pocket. This time on the 2 ball. For those of you wondering, we do have passive refs, not proactive. They are around if they're needed. "35-second shot clock," you may have noticed there in the bottom left-hand side of your screens. One extension each per rack, 60 seconds after the break. You know the drill by now, guys. You're all... Oh, she's touched the 7 with her hand. Well, you don't often see that. She's trying to get comfortable, wasn't she? It was awkward bridging. She caught the 9 ball on her previous positional shot. And now Pia can just drop this 6 in dead weight and hold for the 7 into the opposite corner pocket. Nice angle. Now has options. Can run it past the 9 or just come back and play the 9 into the same pocket. Just a nice little stun off the short rail. She doesn't look totally comfortable out there, does she, just yet? She's reigning champion, remember? So it was a mistake with the 7 ball from Lena this time. 2-1 to Pia, 1 more break to come. And then we've got 2 from Lena. Quite like this format, guys. What do you reckon to the 2 breaks format alternate? I think it's great. It's kind of like a nice alternative to, well, alternative break. One ball down, 2 balls down. Ball past the head string, including the one that went down as well. That's a total of 4, so all is good on the break so far for Pia. Now I could just play a push out here, somewhere kind of behind the 9 kind of area. Just leave her half of the 1. Well, it's very, very thin edge on this. Of course, it's 9 ball, so there's no need for call shot. You may have just seen the last Predator event. We had the men's and women's open and the mixed doubles. That was 10 ball, so that was cool pocket, of course. Decent effort from Lena there. Just slightly the wrong side of the 8 ball, though, and there's a chance here for Pia. Sneak the cue ball around the back of the 5. 3 ball waiting over this bottom right hand corner, the red 3. Just catching the 5. Oh, doesn't want to get behind it. She's okay, I think. Yeah, she's okay. It's really good to see Amber Chen has hung around as well for the Euro Tour. She's up against Spain's mighty Repero at the moment. Ivan Ullmann-Hiebler from Germany also up against Bojana Sarac from Serbia. Yeah, now this is not easy. Can just draw straight back for the 8. But it has to cue this one well. Collinear extension. Could be something that she's learnt from her husband Joshua, that he normally takes his extension towards the end of the rack, normally on the 9 ball, to be honest, when he knows. Oh, she's overdone that. Yeah, you'll often see Joshua take his extension on the 9 ball, no matter how simple it is, just because he doesn't want any distraction of any beeps going off in the background. Now Pia's cutting this in, cue ball around the table. Watch the side pocket. Oh, she's well okay, but she's caught it way too thick as well. Oh, she's half got away with it. Also, it's a thin one. If Lena wants to take it on, there's an easy side to side here to try and hide the cue ball behind the 9. Oh, digging down here. Really exaggerates the difficulty. Oh, close. But she knows she's left it and it's going to be 2-2. So nicely done. She's staying in this lane-up, and she will have the next 2 breaks as well. And that's the benefit of winning the lag. Of course, you get the first 4 breaks out of the first 6 racks. So there's a chance to build a lead, and you really do want to be a couple of racks ahead by the time you finish your second lot of breaks. she wants to go attacking, she can play into the side pocket. She can go between the 8 and the 9. Cue ball back up past the 4. There's a bit of travel to do, but it's possible. Yeah, and it's kind of put her off, hasn't it? Whenever you're trying to do a lot with a cue ball, it's very hard to concentrate on the pot alone. Well, made the 4 as well, almost made the 5. Now, well, obvious safety, but how aggressive is it? Not very aggressive. Just send it down past the 9. Try and leave the cue ball in the kitchen. Played a more attacking safety. Not very happy though. Walks back to her seat. A little bit dejected. She knows she's left a shot on this for Lena. Yeah, she's quite a talent, Lena. She doesn't do too much travelling though. She's into her sports. Has had some coaching as well with Jasmine. I remember when I was back in Austria in 2023, I was having a chat with her. And she was actually waiting on a Predator table to be delivered to her house. I think she even had one of the lights that we used in Austria that year. That was when the women's World 10 ball was on, the men's World 8 ball as well. The year Shane Van Boning won his first ever World 8 ball title. And Lena going well here, 3-2 ahead. And another break to come. Well, she seems to have sorted the problem with the breakout. 2 balls down, ball past the head string. And nicely on this 2 ball as well. Now, can she draw past the 4? And get onto this 3 ball. ended up drawing into it. Once again, awkward cueing. We know what happened last time. Got to watch your hair as well, believe it or not. Hair touching a ball is a foul as well. Good shot. Couldn't really do too much positional wise there. Oh, she's looking at maybe kicking this 9 ball into the top corner. A kick combo, 4-9. Is it worth a go? She seems to think it is. Hold on to your hats, guys. Here we go. All eyes on the 9 ball. Yeah, I like the pace as well. I do like the pace she played it at. Almost made it. But now, 4 in the side and a 5-9 combo for Pia. That's the problem. When you miss those combos, invariably, you leave your opponent a chance at it. So can't separate them. It's going to be 3-3. Pia with 2 breaks to come. And now Lena will wish she'd have played the safety on the 4. Good to have you with us again, guys, here on day 2, 4-day tournament, men's and the women's. Austrian Predator Euro Tour Open. And we often get asked the question, is it just European players? No, it's not. Anyone can play. It's an open, so anyone can play. We do have Amber Chen playing, as I just mentioned. Would actually have liked to see Savannah Easton hang around and play this tournament as well, just to test herself, you know, because they're notoriously difficult, these tournaments, these Euro Tours, and you get to play a lot of people that you wouldn't ordinarily play. There's 52 women on the women's tournament, and there's 199 on the men's. Yeah, only 2 points made out of the 3, and she doesn't like what's left, so she's put Pia Filler back in. I called her Fia Pillar the other day. I almost done it again there. Yeah, so Pia playing the push out. Of course, Lena could have played that. Wow, I'm a little bit surprised she's put her back in here. Sure, she'll be going for this. Okay, positional side of it, virtually impossible, but if she can get a look at the 2 ball, she can play a good safety. Maybe banking it. Yeah, she has banked it. What a bank shot that was. Tremendous. And now looking at a 2-7 combo. Not sure of the future of this shot though. I think safety's the order of the day here. Get the cue ball in behind the 7. Send the 2 ball twice across. Get that cue ball glued to the brown 7. Too much draw, and she's left, I'm going to say, maybe left a carom on the 4, but maybe a combo as well. What decision has she come to? I think the combo. Yeah, nicely done. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball here either. Can just concentrate on stroking the 2 into the top left. Cue ball back and forth. Perfect view of the grip, the hand opening up on the backswing to keep the cue parallel. Oh, she's misjudged the cut on that by quite some distance, and she's left this on. And she's left a nice angle to play with as well. There's Amber Chen in the background. Look, there you can see her getting down in the black shirt. There's no mistaking Amber Chen's style. Very good player from Chinese Taipei. Wow, what is wrong with Pia today? Another mistake on the 2 ball. She's just suffering a little bit out there. I thought the way she started, she was going okay, and then there was that mistake on the 7, and she's kind of looked a little bit shaky since then. And Lena seems to be getting stronger. I can't quite see, but that looks like Felix Vogel in the front there. Billard Beckman, Austrian men's Open champion, his first big title since turning pro, just 18 years old. Oh, that's a nice shot, Lena. That's a nice shot. Okay, catching the 9 ball, but she's still all right on this. Can go forwards with some left-hand spin, or zigzag it in and out the corner. So low right. Oh, she was stretching. Why don't you use the bridge, Lena? It's what it's there for. I hardly see the point in taking an extension on the back of the cue if you still can't reach it. I know I say it every tournament, guys, but why players don't just do a little bit of practice with the bridge, I do not know. If she uses the bridge there, she makes the 7, gets on the 8, wins the rack, 4-3 up and breaking. actually it's Pia breaking, but you get my point. Oh, Pia is all over the place at the moment. I don't think I've ever seen her looking so disappointed. Her body language at the moment is very negative, isn't it? Most unlike Pia. And this is the times that Lena really has to take advantage of her chances. Get this rack finished. She's already had one chance at it. Very sound, fundamentally. Yeah, Pia grabs the break cue, the BK rush. She'll be racking the balls and breaking. And for the first time in the match, she finds herself 4-3 down. Double elimination. Well, she's not going to make the 3 points. Just 2 points made out of the 3 required. What do you think of the 3-point rule, guys? Do you like it in general as a rule? Started playing pool when she was 13 years old, which isn't necessarily that young to start playing a sport. But she has won the World Junior Championship. So a big shot to play here. Nice long slow backswing. Slight pause and then accelerate through the cue ball, keeping the head still. Decided just to stun it out. That's okay. I like the way she played that. Gave herself much more chance of making the 4. The 3 rather. Spends a lot of time studying as well, Lena. I recommend that for all young athletes. Get a good education as well, something that can never be taken away from you, something you never lose. Yeah, there you see. Trying to draw the ball back, trying to put a little bit more pace into it, a little bit jerky on the action, lots of body movement as well. The stroke was way too quick. It wasn't that nice, smooth, accelerating delivery. It was too much speed at the back of the hand. I think Pia is just a little dejected at the moment. She's left this 5-ball on. May have been wiser to double bank that across the table, that 5-ball. Not worry too much about the cue ball. There was lots to hide behind. 7, 8, 9. Once again, just a little bit of right-hand spin on this cue ball. Can swing it round 2 rails. Hitting the 3rd rail and the 4th rail. Absolutely perfect angle now on this 6-ball. Amber Chen has beaten Mighty Reparo already. 7 racks to 3. And Biana Sarach has beaten Yvonne Ullmann-Hebler 7-0. Oh, she's fluked it. She's fluked it. That 7-ball has certainly been responsible for some drama in this match so far. Featured quite heavily, hasn't it? Pia doesn't even want to look. Looks disgusted. But full credit to the Austrian. She's taken the chances that she's been given from the mistakes. Okay, fluked the 7. But it was a poor safety from Pia, which gave her that chance in the first place. Surprised Pia doesn't take a little time out here. Well, Lena has decided to. So I'll do the same, guys. We'll be back with the remainder of this match. Nicely poised at 5-3. Pia not out of it just yet. Join us again when we continue this very, very interesting battle between Germany and Austria. Back soon. Welcome back, guys, to the Alpina Alpendorf Hotel here in St. Johann, Pongau, Austria. We're playing the Predator Women's EUROTOUR Open. Pia Filler in a little bit of trouble, and she's looking a little bit perturbed and forlorn. Sat in her chair there, been playing with a glove for the entirety of Lena's timeout. I wonder what's going through her mind. She's known for wearing her heart on her sleeve, and there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion, as long as it doesn't kind of interfere with your own confidence, you know, and that's the problem with it. Needs to get psyched up again. It's early in the morning, remember, 10:30 we started. We know pool players aren't renowned for being morning lovers. Well, it's a dry break. It's illegal as well. I mean, obviously Pia is going to take it from here. She won't be putting her opponent back in. But her safety has been a little bit suspect this morning. She's missed a few balls that she wouldn't ordinarily miss as well. Now, can she draw the cue ball in behind the 3 here? Hopefully cannon the 1 into the 8 or something like that, or the 7. Well, it's kind of the way things are going for her at the moment. Does she have the potting edge on this 2 ball? Well, if she does and she can make it, the rack is open. Well, it was a safety that went wrong, but went right, if you know what I mean. Oh, no. Well, that's very unlucky. I was just beginning to feel her mood will be raised by those couple of shots. A little bit of luck. A nice shot on the 2. Somehow found its way into the pocket, though. So a nice, easy start-up. Ball in hand for the Austrian. Oh, is she going for an early 9 here? This would really rub salt in the wound. She wanted to be a little bit straighter in on this. It's a little bit more difficult now. It's always nice to have the shot in your peripheral vision, but it's kind of a blind combo. Well, she made a complete mess of that one. Oh, has to get back to kind of middle of table. Yeah, just there would be nice. Play this follow with just a little tip of right hand spin. Oh, now looking at maybe holding the cue ball there and playing the 5 into the top left or the side. Again, can just concentrate on making the ball. Cue ball back down the right hand side. Oh, not the cue ball again. It is. Well, I'm sorry, but that's not unlucky. It's a little bit careless. She's overhit it by quite some distance, and she'll have known that the cue ball would have been going close. This is a winner's round match, so the loser will still have another opportunity through the one-loss side. So this 9-ball for Lena Primus to get on the hill. And then it goes, and it's another mistake from Pia, which has cost her that rack. She just doesn't seem herself today for some reason. And of course, as viewers and spectators and commentators, we see these players so often playing such a high level of pool. It's when they don't produce that we wonder why. But at the end of the day, they're only human, and you cannot play your best all the time, no matter what your sport or your job. We can't always perform at our best. They're just normally so good, we expect it all the time. But Pia is certainly suffering out there. Yeah, 4-ball has gone a little bit tricky. Nothing easy on the one. Can come off thin off the right-hand side of the one. Yeah, make up your mind before you get down, Lena. Oh, look at this. Pia under the cosh, being put under immense pressure now. Her opponent on the hill. Her next mistake could be her last. Play this with some pace. Yeah, it's just a horrible feeling, isn't it? It's hard to watch when a player of Pia's calibre is suffering, just struggling. It's not nice. We've all been there at different levels. It still hurts when you don't play as well as you know you can, and you wonder why. Looking for the answers. Well, she does have an angle to open up the 4-ball here, but she's got a lovely opportunity if she wants to really put Pia in some trouble behind the 6. If she just wants to take this 2-ball, leave herself a nice safety on the 4. Nothing guaranteed here if she does go to move it. Stretching again. I mean, obviously she'd love to finish it off here, but sometimes you've just got to be patient. Wait for a better opportunity. Well, she has gone for the breakout. Hasn't gone to plan. Now can she sneak? Just wondering if she could just cut it ultra thin and hide the cue ball. Maybe even get it down by the 7 ball here. Play the 4 past the 6-8. Oh, she's fluked the 7. No, she hasn't. So come on, Pia. Still alive. Yeah, just not happening, is it, for her? Normally has such a great safety game as well, but that hasn't been there today either. A few positional errors that have ended up as scratches, and a few missed pots as well that you would normally expect her to make. My mind goes back to the 7, back in an earlier rack over this bottom left-hand corner pocket when she missed the 7 altogether. That was kind of the beginning of the poor run of form. Still work to do here, though, for the Austrian. Don't think she can hold to the 6 to the corner. So may have to go up and down here with a cue ball. But of course there's traffic. Well, she has managed to hold it. Played it very well indeed. I think we all expected it to be a little bit closer than this, guys, didn't we? Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, I think she changes her mind sometimes when she's down on the shot, and she doesn't get up and regroup and restart the shot routine. Maybe something she can look at. Well, this will really frustrate Pia if she's not left this on. I mean, she can still take it to the top left, of course, if she wants to. If it is that tight, she's got to get on the 7 ball, so she needs to play it with a little bit of pace as well. Yeah, she's going to have to draw. Watch the 8 ball. Oh, she did take it to the corner. Good shot. Oh, that's so unlucky. And now has a tricky little 8 ball into the side. Awkward cueing by the pocket. Yeah, very snatchy on the stroke. Very quick. I think this is one of those matches where you've just got to put it back to the back of your head. Forget about it. Maybe even take a look at the game in your room. Go and have a lay down in your room. Re-watch your match. She won't be happy with her performance, that's for sure. But Lena is very, very happy. It's a good win for the Austrian. 7-3 over defending champion Pia Filler. We're back with more action, guys, at midday. I'm Mark White. Thanks for joining us, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye for now.
starting at 12. I will do your shot clock and score. You know the rules of the shot clock.
Welcome back to the Predator Austrian Open EUROTOUR, live all the way from Sankt Johann in Pongau in Austria. Our next match for today is a winners round 2 match between Piotr Predic and Mario Haye. Poland against Austria. Looking forward to what this match brings us. It's a race to 9, alternating the breaks per 2. The 3-point rule is in effect. The kitchen rule on the break. I'm just looking forward to see if Piotr can make this a difficult match for Mario. Obviously Mario being the favorite. So, illegal break from the beginning. You would wonder, why is Mario at the table if Piotr makes a ball on the break? But the 3-point rule means 3 balls have to pass the kitchen line, the line on the top side of the table. And every ball pocketed means 1 ball less over that kitchen line. So he made 1 ball, but only 1 in the kitchen. So it's only 2 points out of 3. Now, mainly the traveling from the 4 to the 5. So Mario could leave himself to the right long rail. So, low left. Nicely done, 3 rail shape on the 5, just a little bit off the rail. Can he still play for the 6 in the right middle? Does he have a slight angle? Might be real small, as he was also considering the top corner. Yeah, now more work to do to get back on the 7. Oh, finds the window nice, and look at the base. I was gonna say easy to fall short or too long, but brilliant base from the 6 to the 7. Mario looking very comfortable. So the opening rack stolen by Mario Haye off Piotr's break right away. Piotr does have another break coming up, but kind of needs to win the second to make this 1 each and not have Mario run away with the match. So Piotr to break again. Needs a bit of a fuller contact, I think. Yeah, this much better, but just look at the speed he's been breaking. Again, illegal break, only made 1 ball. And only the 1 ball has passed that line on the left side of the table, the top side of the table, as you can see from here. And I think he's left a shot on this one ball for Mario. And if the 6 doesn't go by the 8, he might go for a 4-9 combination later on. Yeah, a bit more angle on the 3 now to land beneath the 4 and the 9 to play for the combination. So does he have any other options? Maybe the carom onto the 8, maybe safety behind the 8 on the 6. I don't see the 6 ball going by the 8. Well, he's got some angle. Is he going to run into it? Right in between the 6 and the 8. Yeah, the double kiss doesn't give him any shot. I mean, there is always a shot, could play very aggressive, but I just cannot imagine. Well, looks to be going for the cut, trying to leave the cue ball near the bottom short rail. Yeah, very loose shot played there from Mario. Could have played a safety, more distance. You know, you gotta just close out this match. Don't take too many mistakes to where Piotr could start to play very, very good. You just don't know. You don't want to have your opponent catch a gear on you because you're playing too aggressive. So it's important to close out this match in a professional manner. A little bit more cut on the 9. As you can see, checked the potting angle twice, so might be a little bit nervous on this. Well, barely looked nervous. Nice cueing. As he levels the score 1 each. Yeah, sloppy mistake from the Panda. So now score 1 each, but Mario to break the balls does have the initiative. 2 breaks coming up. He won't be breaking these soft. He's always been a big breaker. When the break starts going, very dangerous. But look at this unfortunate leave. Yeah, waiting for a referee. That's why the shot clock has stopped. It's a close call. 2 ball might be frozen to the cue ball. In that case, he is allowed to push through. He's going to send the 2 ball to the top short rail, the cue ball near the bottom. Nicely behind the 6 or the 9. A window between. But still a good save. Oh, little flick off the 9 as he left that 2 ball on. Well, just the save behind the 7. Or does he have the right side? Doesn't want to be pushing the 2 near the 9. Just never know how they end up together. Oh, no jump cue. Is kicking at these 2 rails. He's missed it. And look at what he's given away. A 2-9 combination up for grabs.
Next match, Wojciech Szewczyk and Jonas Hansen on table number 18. 1 goal each, please, and start your match.
Yeah, quick win for Mario on his own break. And does have one more. Bit of a scrappy rack just because of the position he got after the break. But it was a good break, made 2 balls. So in this case he's looking to make the 1 in the middle, the 6 in the bottom left. Yeah, look at that control of the cue ball. Okay, with the pace he's breaking, it's not easy to leave himself in the middle of the table. So it's more gambling on what will you get after the break. On the other side, you could say, you know, you're making balls. You got plenty of balls on the top side of the table. So the 3-point rule always safe. Yeah, facing a difficult cut. And also if you look at the 3 and the 8, even if you cut this in, you're most likely not to have a shot after. That's why he has chosen to play safe. Good pace. Won't be impossible for Predic to hit. Could go 1 or 2 rails. Just gotta make sure the 2 ball doesn't land nearby the 3 and the 8. Or open up the 3 and the 8. Well, not just a great hit. Nice full ball hit and the save. Oh, he might be returning the favor. Did he leave something on the 9? I don't think it's there. I think it's quite a big cut, to be honest. Well, I'm not honestly too sure what he's played. Maybe the carom onto the 9 trying. But he did open up the 3 and the 8. And very fortunate not to leave something on this 2.
Use for practice and start your match.
So Piotr has the opportunity now to still be even after 4 racks played. And the next 2 are his break. But he's missed the 2. Probably trying to hold the cue ball a bit too much. Yeah, it was difficult to get the speed right on the 2. Now a long 3 ball. And again, we'll have to try and go for the perfect pace. Center of the table needed. How's the pace looking? I think it's looking great. Might even be able to play with low right and stay away from the 7 ball. Could also play stun in between the 7 and the corner, but occasionally that's going wrong. Yeah, a little bit more jabby on this to create the early arc on the cue ball. And also a little bit further on this 5, so similar shot on this 5 ball. Yeah, it was a great opportunity for the Pole to hang with this former European 9-ball champion. Has won quite some impressive EUROTOURs where he actually lost the very first round to then come all the way back and win the event. That's why I think he's a bit more respected in Europe than worldwide. I think he's had great results as in quarterfinal World 9-Ball Championship and a bunch of last 16 quarterfinals in major events. He's won the World Cup of Pool twice with Albin. But in Europe we really have seen him like lose the first match in the EUROTOUR event and then torture everybody else in the field. Well, it's an illegal break. Not too much on this 1 ball for Mario, I think. Unless he really wants to play the kick and try to stick the cue ball behind the 7. But I'd rather have my opponent do it. He has the option now with the illegal break to either play himself or to give it back to his opponent and play from this position. Well, didn't land with the cue ball behind the 7. At least it's awkward, queuing over the 5, and probably will have to play a thin safety. Yeah, another kick and stick. Now this one a bit more easy. We'll have to watch the speed on the 1 ball. If it goes under the 9, then it would be successful. Does it go? Again, just slightly short. It's a good return if you look at how defensive it is. But it would be nice to get a ball in between. Yeah, a little bit of doubt. Was looking to play this soft probably into the 3 ball. Just really wanted to make sure the contact point where he was going to hit it was right. Just played a delicate little shot there. It's easy to overcut the 3 ball and lose the 2. Now, left side of the 6. Try to put yourself a bit straighter onto the 5 ball. No. Went for more angle. Why did he go for more angle? 3 rails. Possibly for the 6 in the middle. Just needs a nice angle to get from the 6 to the 7. Or is he going to play shape in the center of the table to take on the cut on the 7 ball? Yeah, making something happen here. Not an easy layout by any means. He's now shooting for 4-1. Hasn't been missing too many. And Piotr in some early trouble. Needs a break, a run to get going into this match. Well, now then. 2 balls in. Shape on the 2. A bit of a back and forth. I have to cut the 5 in, get on the 6. And then from the 7 back up table for the 8. I will guide you through those shots, but let's see if he plays the short side. I like to go 2 rails to the right side of the 4. Maybe a bit of preference. Yeah, would like... oh, well, he's going to play maybe into the 9. Oh, yeah, there was not so much right spin on there. Looked like he was only playing the draw. He found himself behind the 9. But he was aiming quite high in the ball, so it looked like he was going to stun into the top side of the 9 and slide off. Then he dipped quite low and no right spin. And this is a similar match than the one we had previously on table 1. I'm not sure if people tune in there and now tuning in with me again. Is Stefan Kasper beat Michael Thorn 9-2. And it went the same. You know, in the beginning, this is where Piotr, for example, could make a difference. You know, hang in there, put some early pressure. But when these top players, when they feel like they can have some time to breathe, that's where Mario might start to run away with the match. If he goes 5-1, 6-1, well, he'll have to work for it at least, Mario. But one good kick and stick and he might be able to make this 5-1. And I mean, unfortunately, I've experienced it myself where just had to start right from the beginning, because when you fall down, they get only more comfortable, they get more feeling for the table. Yeah, and he finds the hook. There is a messe, but why would you messe? Could go for a jump bank. Maybe even with the full cue if you feel more comfortable. It's only a little piece of the 9. Yeah, I think he was trying to catch just the right side, just a piece of it. So Mario to the table. with another present, another gift. Yeah, this is going to make it 5-1. These matches flying by. If it keeps going like this, I mean, would love to see a close match between the two of them. I barely got to see Piotr play, to be honest. So now 2 breaks incoming for the Austrian. It's been quite successful on the break. This break catching it thicker. So a couple balls not going, but seems to fluke a ball in. If he's on this one ball, then look at how nice the layout is. But he's not, fortunately for Piotr. Looks to be on the double kiss, most of it, but what a shot he's played. Drawn the cue ball back away from the kiss. Just a little bit straight on this 3 ball, so force follow 2 rails back to the middle of the table, or at least give you just anything on the 4. Yeah, took a lot out of the cue ball. Needs to rely a bit more on his shot making. Needs to make the 4 into the rail between the 7 and the 8. Oh. Yeah, any bump on the 6, 7 or the 8 could have been bad news. Now we do still have 3 more rounds to come today on Pro Billiard TV. Another EuroTour stop here in Sankt Johann in Pongau in Austria. Nice hit, but I feel like he was always going to give up something kicking this way. Yeah, the 7 doesn't go to the top left, so you will still have to play somewhat of a shot on the 6 ball to have anything on the 7. Can he play straight draw? 2 diamonds back is enough, doesn't have to draw all the way. Yeah, nicely done, he's on the 7. Ready to steal off the first rack of Mario's. Then the 9 for 5-2. Oh! Yeah, looked to be thick from the beginning. And as you can see, his facial expression said enough there. But 5-2. Mario to be breaking still next. Looking to make the 1 or the 4 in the bottom left. Yeah, makes the wing ball. Oh, the 1 ball was gonna stay nicely over the corner. Got a little push-up table. So no opening shot unless he... I mean, I've seen players cut this in. It's not impossible, but I have to say it's not a very easy shot. So it might be banking the 1 ball down. He's hit this very well. Full cover. Really good shot there. Easy to catch the double kiss. And he had to put quite some inside spin on there. So good control. Yeah, missing the 2 rail escape. Now did push the 3 ball a little bit tougher. So 1, 2, 3 I think is the most difficult. But of course there's a run out on, there's no cluster. So you gotta go. You gotta go chase the run out. Oh, no, it's just fine. Yeah, they give himself a little angle on the 3 ball to pop off the rail. Just from the 6 to the 7. The 7 doesn't go by the 8 in the middle. Could always play for the 7 in the top right or maybe in the bottom right, depending on the angle on the 6. Yeah, it's now making sure to see if the 7 does go in the middle. I don't think it does. Yeah, and the perfect run out to still cash out on his second break. So 6-2 after his 2 breaks. Is it safe to say some trouble for Piotr Predic? I think so. His break hasn't been working as strong as he would have liked. And I think, yeah, it looks like Piotr Predic does take his time out. So let's have a little look across the room. Let's see if there is some good matches going on. My name is Tim de Ruiter. Thank you all for joining me at Pro Billiard TV. Oh, yeah. So a couple of good matches. This is the winners round 2. We have, for example, FSR, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He's up 5-4 against Alexa Petselje from Serbia. Konrad Justitian and Felix Vogel, the young German, 4-3 up. Mika van Berkel, the Dutchman, is now 4-2 up against Mieszko Fortunski. Another Dutchman, Quinten Pongers, trailing 3-4 against Radoslav Babica, who, not sure if he got, I think he got to the final, the previous event. Final or semi-final, it was the semi-final. He lost to Wojciech Cevcik, but he's been playing very well. Yeah, a lot of good matches. Daniel Maschel, 2-3 down against Dimitris Lukatos. Yeah, of course, all the information, the draw, the live scores, they're all on EPBF.com and more. The calendar. Do you want to make sure you have the schedule right? Do you want to watch matches tomorrow? Make sure to check out the order of play. So we are currently just waiting for Predic to get back to the table. Taking his time out, trying to find something that could make a difference in this match. I'm not sure if at this point 6-2, if it's really going to make a difference. Now, prize money wise, the first place pays 7,500 euros. There's not too many European events that pay this kind of money, so once again the EUROTOUR has been stepping it up. 5,000 for second, 3,500 for third. But if you look also, for example, last 32 is 1,000, so you would break even on your trip. Nice prize money breakdown. And of course there is points to be won for the European ranking to qualify for WPA events, for example. But also a certain amount of players at the top, they get their hotel paid by the organization. So big things. Yeah, and now Piotr coming back from his timeout, and right away the illegal break, as you can see, is made 2 balls, but the cue ball did pass the line, so a lot of people would say that's the 3rd point. The cue ball doesn't count in this rule, so the 2 ball is just a ball away from being illegal, this break. Yeah, I kind of like trying my chances bringing the cue ball under the 8, 3 or the 9, 2 rails. Could bank the 2 ball over doing so. No. No, he's played the 2 ball nicely under it. It was either the 2 or the cue ball. For the 2, the difficulty was in, well, don't hit the side pocket point. And we've seen Predic miss the 2 rail escape twice now. Needs a solid hit. Yeah, and again, misjudged it. Ball in hand for Mario. To play for the 3 in the left middle. I don't think there's a combination. So I would say the shape on the 3 ball would be nice. And mainly from the 5 to the 6 is the most traveling, so that could go wrong. Did he land straight? Oh, this is a bit pacey. Might have to run the cue ball into the 9. I think it's going to push the 9 over in between the middle pocket and the top left corner into the rail. Yeah, as you can see, pushed it nicely over the corner, and this gives him 7-2 on the board. The Panda now very comfortable. And this also shows Piotr how important the break is. His break really hasn't been working too well. And I think it's mainly the pace he's been breaking. It's so... You have to hit it so perfect at that pace to still have it legal. Yeah, if you could sum up this match, well, another dry break. And I think Mario does have a safety behind the 6. And if he can freeze the cue ball up on the 6. Doesn't want to make the 1 ball. Yeah, Mario in trouble. Very close to put the pole in big trouble, but... Lost control over the 1 ball. Yeah, now Mario himself missing the 2-rail escape on the 2. So now if Piotr wants to make this a match still, it's possible. Get yourself back. 7-4, 7-5. No problem at all. But as you can see, the 5 might not go into the bottom right. So it will have to be played into the left middle. Luckily, he does have the 4 to put himself nicely on that. Oh, and tried to force the cue ball off the rail, got a bit straighter. Hung the 4. Now if he can get to the bottom side of the 5, he can put himself a nice angle on the 6 to get on the 7-8 combination. Ooh, and not this side. This means more distance on the 6 ball. Okay, is speeding up too. And 8-2 on the board now for the Austrian, needing one more to advance through to the next round. The next round being the winners qualification round. It will be played tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Well, it's not an easy shot. He's got the 3 and the 5 in the kitchen, so 2 points and a ball made. A long 1 ball, but if he can kill the cue ball, he would be on the 2. And he's definitely going for this. And how well has he struck that. Nice and clean. Is he going to draw to the short side of the 3 ball? No, tried to put himself between the 3 and the 4. Is he still on the cut? He might be still on it. Yeah, he is on it. Nicely done. Although played with a little bit of fire there. Yeah, so now 5 balls away from a winner's qualification match. Does have the day off today, so can rest a little bit, the Panda. And our next match will be at 2 p.m. local Austrian time. Of course, he still has to clear this low left spin towards the 6. So we will have an hour break. Just make sure to stay tuned on Pro Billiard Series on the social media and Pro Billiard TV on YouTube, of course. My name is Tim de Ruiter. I will definitely see you back later on. Or you might come across one of my colleagues, Mark White, Gettin Davis. Thank you for watching at Pro Billiard TV. Mario Haye advances through. Piotr didn't have enough of a break, in my opinion, to make this a close one. He is disappointed, but he does have another shot in the one last side. So, as I mentioned, at 2 p.m. we will have our next match. But this is it for now. We'll see you soon at Pro Billiard TV.
Welcome viewers and pool fans to Pro Billiard TV and the Predator Austrian Euro Tour, bringing the live action from the picturesque Hotel Alpina Alpendorf deep in the Austrian Alps. And you join us on day 2 of this 4-day event, a winners round 2 matchup. And well, I think this men's event is about to really heat up, in sync with the outside temperatures. It's Alex Kazakis from Greece, and he takes on Viktor Zalinski, both players with very good breaking and running ability. It's a 9-ball race to 9, and it's 2 breaks per player alternating. The tables are tapped for self-racking. They're under the shot clock, and the 3-point rule is in effect, so keep your eye out for balls travelling past the head string. My name's Gethin Davis. I'll be flying solo with you for this match. Not Tim Derauter and Viktor Zalinski in winning the lag will get this match underway. We'll get to see how his break's working straight away. Well, thank you for the correction, team. I'm just having a look. Made a ball off the break, but not a legal break, bringing Alex to the table. And this is a very nice look at the 1. My apologies, it was dry even. The 2 hiding in that corner pocket. Alex really making light work of his day 1 here, coming through successfully against 2 Germans, both matches on the TV tables, so he's very well familiar to the chairs behind him and the lights. And he's drawn that cue ball back very nicely for the red 3. As you can see from this camera angle, very nice pathway to get on this 4. Shouldn't need to bring the 9 into play. Had the perfect angle to float off the short rail. Important for both players to get off to a good start here. And taking 1 off Viktor's break will be just what Alex wants. As you can see in the background there, the arena full, everyone at tables, match is underway. I'll bring you some scores from this winners round 2. Also, the women's event is underway as well. Predator Euro Tour Women's. And between the 2 events, 251 players entered here in Austria. And I'll try and bring you some updates on scores. However, if you want to keep an eye on them yourself, please do visit EPBF.com. European Pocket Billiard Federation, and you will get links to all the live action and the matches coming up in the schedule with table numbers and times, so you can set your diary. Now, I'm not too sure how many dry breaks we will see in this match. This is exactly what the opponent will want to do when greeted with the opportunity. Alex picking these off nicely. And this will very much look like it'll be his first point on the board. Viktor will return to the table for the break here because it will be the second of his set of 2. he'll be fully aware of what went wrong in the first break. Just not making the cue ball in the side pocket, which has really been the player's preferred route. And Alex Kazakis off the mark first in this race to 9. We have 2 other tables being streamed live and free on Pro Billiard TV. Over on table 1 with my dear colleague Tim de Ruyter bringing you the comms. It's Victor Fortunski from Poland taking on the killer Joshua Filler. Joshua having great fortune here in the Euro Tour. Last one in Luxembourg, both him and his wife Pia picking up trophies. And on table 3 it's Juan Carlos Exposito taking on Roberto Bartol. That one without commentating, but I'm sure just as fiery as this encounter is likely to be. Now this time better for Victor, making that 1 ball, but it's a illegal break. The cue ball was the only other ball that made it past the head string, so I don't know if that was down to power or where Victor connected with the 1 ball from the break, but this again is half an opportunity for Alex here. I didn't have a good look at the red 3 on its availability, but the 2 is certainly on. Well, that will indicate it passes the 6, as it does look like it will do from here. Just needs to be careful on his position for the 4. If he loses the cue ball to the right side of the table, the 5 may hamper. But at the moment, all offense. And the one thing I will say, a chink in Alex's armor yesterday, was in the middle of matches, his safety play just wasn't up to scratch. But he just always comes strong and manages to play them real killer safeties when it matters. But so far, and I'm not too sure on how many occasions we're going to get it, no safeties involved as of yet. Well, that was not the spot on the table where I expected Alex to falter. Victor will be delighted to be out of his chair here, and not really any mess to clear up. Just looking to bring the cue ball maybe even back out to a similar position where it is now. And looking good to bring the scoreline back to level, and that we will turn over the next round of 2 breaks to Alex Kazakis. And again, as I mentioned, I had the pleasure of commentating on him yesterday twice, and he was finding great reward from his breaks. And Zalinski, well, he's played it that way to be able to play the 7 and come back up long rail for the 8, and I'm not too sure he needed to do that. He may have had an angle to just stay near the top of the table and float down for the 8. So 2 mistakes in this second rack, and that bank shot keeps Alex at the table, and what was an opportunity for Victor to get the scoreline back to level. And I have to say, surprisingly, it's now back in Alex's hands. So maybe not the best shot selection. Victor maybe felt that was the best way for shape on the 8. It didn't work out. And Alex will be delighted to take this second rack and be coming back to the table with his break stick. So important cut on the 8. Uses a couple of licks in the pocket. And this 9 will indeed do the double for Alex. 2-0. And Alex at the table to break. As I mentioned, 251 players entered into this men's EuroTour and women's EuroTour combined. And that gave a very healthy prize pot for the men's event of 60,700 euros, and for the women's 20,000 euros. And for any viewers out there who would like to have the chance to get out on the TV table, and well, these events are open to anyone, and you can find your closest event if you visit the website. We have the full calendar on there. As we return to Alex with a comfortable early 2-0 lead with his first break. And straight away, getting balls off the break, making enough balls past the head string so that it's a legal break. Only needed 1 to go past, made 2 off the break, and shape on this 2. Victor will not be happy to see that, because that will be early warning signs for Zalinski. Alex so far making 1 mistake, but getting away with it, and Zalinski not punishing it. He'll be looking to not make any mistakes here, as the balls have spread very nicely. Just checking where he wants to land for shape on this 6 to come up for the 7. As you can see from this angle, there's plenty for him to work with. There's not really much to threaten position on the 7. And if Alex does have his break working, and Victor is still a little bit insecure, this match could run away a little bit here, because both players can run for fun, especially if they're going to get good spreads on the balls when they come to the table. You can see in the background there, everyone wearing shorts. We have exceptional weather here in this part of Europe. And as I mentioned, I do believe this men's event is heating up correspondingly. But so far, really, Zalinski hasn't had a chance to open his arm. So currently, it's the Kazakis show, and this for 3 in a row, and we'll be returning with the break. And does And this is where we see this format of 2 breaks per player come into play. It can lend itself to swing momentum and the match when it falls a player's way. But in contrast, when it falls the other way, it can really push a player on. So really important now that Victor can get an opportunity back at the table. Otherwise, he may be coming back to the table next, breaking at 4-0 down. And let's see what Alex can do here. And I'll have a quick look at the scores on the doors from the arena. Maybe I'll bring you some updates after this rack. Alex Kazakis to break, leading 3-0 in this race to 9. Again, making the 1 ball. 2 balls made. Did the 7 pass the head string? They might just need to check here because they might not be too sure if the ball has begun to cross or is completely crossed, or if the center of the ball is over. And they're just going to bring over our official just to check. So she's going to come over and just double check, because I believe it's the center of the ball. And it's not. So, millimeters between Alex getting a look at this, what could be a 2-9 carom. Might not be on. But the 2 is makeable past the 6. With a very thin cut. However, just millimeters between Alex at the table or Victor getting out of his chair. Now, if Victor did come back to the table and it was not very nice, he could give it back to Alex. But he's not. And he's pushed immediately Alex into a safe position, and I can't blame him. That was a bit ambitious to take on. The players just sharing a little grin between each other. I was mentioning it, the 2 break format playing a role in how scores shape out. Well, maybe the 3-point rule may have its say at periods in this match. So far we've seen no safeties between the 2. Victor breaking the seal, and Alex with potentially a 2-rail escape to come up underneath the 2, playing the 2 quite thick, which should go between the 3 and 7, hoping the cue ball stays low on the table. Alex just working out the angles. Played that well. It was always going to be difficult to keep the cue ball low on the table. But bringing the 3 into effect, I can't imagine Victor can see enough of the long rail to play rail first and go aggressive. He's going for the jump by the looks of it. And the cue ball is not far up halfway the table. It's going to be a big reach for him if he's wanting to jump over that 3 ball. Yeah, he's caught a little bit here between a rock and a hard place. If the cue ball was 6 inches closer, he'd fancy his chances bopping over the top of this with the jump stick, but now he can't go rail first to go aggressive. He's going underneath. The shot clock having a word. Bit of a hit and hope, but that has worked out very nicely. 3 ball careering in, and Victor at the table, and maybe it's just going to take a little spruce of luck like that to turn this match back in his favor. Oh, that bump on the 9 though. Oh dear, Victor. That's unfortunate, but really should have avoided that 9 ball. Alex won't mind seeing this, even if he comes back to the table with no look at the 4. He's got to realise that Victor's so far is maybe just slightly off. More importantly, this is not safe. There's an aggressive bank on. There's also a nice 6-ball to try and bring the cue ball back behind. So options here for Alex. Scoreline may encourage his shot selection here. Ooh, couldn't avoid the 6. What a fantastic bank shot though. And has left himself a trickier 5. We'll need to avoid the side pocket. Oh, that is, well, we would say a country mile, but that was not near the target at all. And a similar looking 5 now for Victor. Quite natural to come back for the 6, so can focus on the pot. This a great chance for him now just to pick one off Alex's break. He will be back to the table next as well with the break. Oh, that cue ball. The way Victor was looking at it, I thought it was going in that side pocket, and that really would have just added to the disaster that he so far had. But this, to turn it now into a point on the board, and he'll put all of that behind him. What is going on, Victor? He's a bit out of sorts, ladies and gentlemen. It's a race to 9, so there's plenty of opportunity to get that mojo back. But Alex with this 7 to 9 to take a 4-0 lead. How's his cue ball? Not too bad at all. And the blessing for Victor here is he'll be back to the table with the break. He's starting to find that 1 ball. If his break starts to work, he can start to chip away at this 4-0 lead. He's by no means out of it yet, but the shaking of the head isn't good. Just goes to show something's not working right now. And that will be 4-0 lead to Alex Kazakis. And a quick look out over our other tables. I mentioned over on table 1, we've got the very tough Victor Fortunski taking on Joshua Filler. Well, Joshua Filler has just taken the lead. It was 2-2. He now leads 3-2. And another match which jumps out at me is the all-Estonian affair. Karl Naderberg taking on Dennis Grabe. And Dennis was running away at the moment with a 4-0 lead over Karl. But expect that one to be a fun and also intense affair. Now, what can Victor do here? He's made a ball off the break. I believe it's legal, but nothing on the 1. And when it rains, it pours. But all is not lost. He could play a push here, although I do fancy, and it would encourage a bit more pep in his step, I fancy him having a go at this with the jump stick. Oh, that may be what he's just gone back to get. And I really do fancy him for this. It's all about if he gets anything on the 2. If he doesn't get anything on the 2, he may think his day is going from bad to worse. Ooh, there's traffic up there, Victor. Well, he'll keep his jump stick. If he's got to jump his way back into this match, I know he can. And right now, he's going to have to. That one a much trickier one, but has played it in such a way. The cue ball has gone very nicely up onto that top rail and full cover with that cluster of 5, 8, 7. So this will be the time when Victor really needs to get a point on the board and follow it up with a big break. What can Alex do to keep the pressure on? Yeah, that's what he wanted. That's how he played it. Wasn't going to be guaranteed on how the two would finish, but focused on full ball hit with momentum in the cue ball to run it down to the short rail. Hasn't locked on the short rail, but this should hamper Victor enough to really up the stakes on this two ball. Yeah, and that's what I think it did. These beautiful Predator arc tables are quite tight as well. Makes these side pockets that bit more treacherous. Alex might not be best pleased. He's shut down an available pocket for the 6 in making that contact, but did get the desired effect of holding the cue ball for the 3. As you can see, 6 fully available for this bottom left corner. Alex now is going to have to make sure he gets the right side, or his preferred side of the 5 ball, to get up there for it. You can see Victor sat in his chair there. He just needs to shake off whatever's going on right now, because he's fully capable of getting back in this match. Now, Alex might need to put a bit of a shot on here on the 5. 2 options: running the cue ball through with a lot of side, or deep draw, coming long rail back across the table. This could be key shot for him in this 5th rack if he wants to keep pushing on. He went for the latter, where I said he had to draw back across the table. That's come up a bit short. Stretching over the 7 is not going to make this shot any easier. And the cue ball will be running. So Alex is going to need to recover a little bit from this. No. Oh, is that 6 going to bounce? Not enough, I don't think. Again, millimeters between Victor having a shot or not. But Alex will be disappointed. He put himself out of position on that 6, making that a very difficult shot. And this, hopefully, will be what is needed to get Zalinski off the mark. This 9 ball. And for Victor, hopefully a little turn of fate. He gets to back it up now with his 2nd of his 2 breaks. Big moment, I feel, for him here. That should have been Alex's for the taking, and that really would have turned the screw, but this is the way pool can keep us so entertained. Victor will be looking to back this up now. 4-2 is a lot different to 5-1. And we've had a dry break. We've had an illegal break with the 3-point rule. And we've had the one ball getting down quite a few times into the side pocket. And again, the 1. 3's past the head string. 2 balls dropped, only 1 needed to. Now here we go. Okay, a difficult opener for Victor here. And where the 3 ball is, you need to be a bit particular for position. He may not choose to take this on. Just wondering if he thinks there's a 2-way shot, playing a bank, and then bringing the cue ball up onto this left long rail, maybe covering the 2 with the 3 if it doesn't go. Oh, I didn't pick that up. He's played that delightfully into the side pocket. And after making that 3 ball, this pattern opens up very nicely. Whether the 4 passes the 5 or not, I'm sure the combination would be more than in range, especially as that 4 was going to track down towards that corner pocket, leaving this on. A bit of an angle to bring the cue ball back out. This could be the turn of the momentum that Victor was really in desperate need of. And in no short time at all, a break and run, and Victor Zalinski is very much back in this match. The only stumbling block that could come his way to complete this comeback will be Alex returning to the table now to start his set of 2 breaks. So we'll see if Alex is able to bounce back. His break has certainly been working well for him. We just take a look out across the table. On our table 3 matchup, it's the Juan Carlos Exposito. He's taking on Roberto Bartol. They're at 5 apiece in their match, in their race to 9. And the Spanish contingency must be having a great time here in Austria. There's, well, still some big names in this winners group underway. Arcadi, FSR, Jonas Suto, 6 in total in the men's event alone. So Juan Carlos has got a nice gang, and they're looking very good here in Austria. But he's 5 apiece against Roberto. Now, Alex, with the first of his round of 2 breaks. Victor winning the last 2 to bring the scoreline back to 4-2. Ooh. Legal break. A look at the 2. I think the 4 isn't hampering it. More importantly, there's a chance that 9 ball will be tracking towards the bottom left pocket. Doesn't look on. And if it's not, Alex is going to need to focus on getting that cue ball for the red 3. May deep draw off the 9. Always a little bit to chance knowing how you're going to come off that 9 ball. He got the first part right, which was the cue ball getting up the top of the table. However, things starting to not go Alex's way. And just a quick look at the shot clock. It's on 7, calls the extension. Yeah, this is a tricky predicament Alex has got himself into. He's done it a few times on his way to this 4-2 scoreline. I mentioned in his previous matches if there was a chink in the armour, it's just on a couple of occasions the cue ball not behaving for him with his safety play. But when he did get it working, he was formidable. He's played that delightfully thin to avoid the corner pocket. He's made that look easier than that shot was, especially with the shot clock breathing down his neck. He is a bit disappointed though, as you can see visibly. That's because he's left an edge for Victor here. A few options for safe. May look to bring the cue ball up towards, maybe even behind the 9. No, he hasn't. It is containing. We've seen Alex take on a couple of banks successfully. That red 3 looks locked to the long rail. I'll probably turn down any consideration for that, but he's got a lot of traffic to aim for. That 5-9 could come in handy if he brings both 3 and 1 across the table in separate directions. Oh, well, what do you know? He went on the offense and made a delightful bank on that 3 ball, but has come out with nothing. Now we'll just be looking to make good contact on the 4. But Victor may be sat in his chair right now, just building a little bit more belief and confidence. I'm thinking, hang on, this match is starting to come to me. And this will not be safe, but it certainly won't be a foul. And this is a shot that you fully expect Victor to take on. Yeah, he's not sure. He calls his extension as well. This could be a crucial rack in the scheme of things. Alex just having the first of his round of 2 breaks. If he comes back to the table and the scoreline 4-3, it's going to ask a bit of his break. If he comes back to the table leading 5-2, pressure lifts somewhat. Good pot on the 4. Well, Victor made one in the side pocket just now, but one earlier unsuccessfully. So maybe a score to settle with this side pocket. Played nice. Could be playing himself nicely back into this match. Alex was 3-4 balls away, in control to take this match to 5-0. And may he be with a little bit of fortune, maybe with an unforced error from Alex Kazakis. Victor Zalinski with this 9 ball, bringing the scoreline back to 4-3, will be Alex's second break of his set of 2. And the pressure may be mounting on the Greek here. This is going to be interesting to see how he reacts. Probably was not expecting to be finding himself at this position. Neither player taking a break yet. Very interesting. And I'm just having a quick look to see if there are any updates. I did mention that all-Estonian affair. Well, Dennis Graber took a quick 7-1 lead on Karl Naderberg. Karl's pulled back the next 2. It's 7-3 there. Another good one is Mateus Schroeter. They're locked at 5 apiece with Salvador Garcia Fernandez, who we saw in a great match yesterday. Now, Could be a crucial break for Kazakis here, leading 4-3, race to 9. One ball made, 2 balls past the head string. It's legal. Shot on the 2. Maybe a little bit of sigh of relief from Alex after that break. Should be back to business as usual, but as we've seen so far, it's just one small error, positional error perhaps from Alex. And it could turn this match even more on its head. So, this 2 ball to open up. That will work. Would have liked another half roll on the cue ball, but still decent angle and come around the 9, rather around the 9-4. See the table of table 1. Viktor Fortunski up against Joshua Filler in that match. The latest is Joshua Filler 5-2 up over the Polish player Fortunski. Might pick up glances of it in the background as the cameras shift. Now Alex with this 4 and this layout appears to be untangled. Maybe hampered with cueing with the 9 ball, but excuse me, does not need to do too much with the cue ball. If the 6 passes the 7, can play this dead weight. Ooh, the overhead says it might not go. Alex's position play has backed that up. Bringing the cue ball over this side of the table for the 6 in the top left. And I'm sure the crowd willing Viktor back into this match, but whether they are or not, Alex needs to get this point on the board just to stop that momentum that Viktor's been building, and maybe just to throw him off when he returns to the table for the first of his 2 breaks. Just having a look. Alex just looked a little concerned there. I don't think so. May have been just worried about the 9 ball with his bridge. However, overcome, and this 9 ball for what could turn out to be a significant point on the board for Alex. Viktor breathing down his neck once again after taking a 4-0 lead, and this to create a little bit more breathing space, and he's done that. 5-3. It will be Viktor to the table. And with just being 2 scorelines behind, I mentioned this 2 break per player format can play roles in big score shifts. If his break is working and he can back it up, he could be back up 5-5 in quick fashion. It's an if. However, both players, it's fully within their range. Viktor Zalinski to break, trailing 5 racks to 3 in this race to 9. Winners round 2. Having a look around the table, legal break, ball's down. A shot on the 2, but on second inspection, it's not passing that 4 ball. Clean shot on the 2. Cue ball needs to travel. Has done. Looking very good. And even with that 2 ball not passing the 4, forcing the more difficult opener, we could be looking at another break and run in this match. And a timely one for Victor. And he will be building with confidence and belief. Now drawing back for this 8, leaving himself sitting pretty. Stop shot on this. And from staring down the barrel of being 4-0 down, he's back to within 1 point again. And, well, after a real looking out of sorts early on, resulting in him disappointedly walking back to his chair, shaking his head. Whenever he said to himself while sat in that seat, it's working. And as I mentioned, Alex not getting everything his own way. Looks like Joshua Filler over on our table 1 has taken a 6-2 lead there. That being brought to you with my dear colleague Tim de Lauter calling the shots. Been having fun with Tim over the last 8 days at the Pro Billiards series here. 3 events at the same venue. Our production team busily and hurriedly refurbishing the arena for this Euro Tour. It's looking fantastic out there. And that will be disappointment for Victor. He's made balls off the break, but it's an illegal break. That will bring Alex to the table to take this 2-1, not Victor. And that's taken away the chance of a break and run. More importantly, this may have taken away the chance of him bringing this scoreline back to level. The shot clock had just turned red and was threatening to snap at Alex's heels there. But he makes that blue 2 and finishes beautifully on this 3 to play through the 9-7 into the bottom left corner. Just looking at the angle he wants on this 4, and the reason is because he wants to get shape on the 6 afterwards. And the way he's played that, he's going to look to come across the table and back again, and will want to be avoiding any hint of a scratch in the side pocket. Oh, Alex. Oh, he's going to have to come up with another one of them bank shots. I'm not too sure if it's 100% so far, but I know he's played 3, made 3. I can't think of one he's missed. Should work in his favour. Or should it? Oh, that last kiss on the 6 though does. I don't know if that's left a thin cut on this 6 into the bottom left corner. Just having a look to see what the options for safe are otherwise. Victor just getting rid of an unwanted visitor. Wants to have full focus on this shot. As you can see from this angle, it definitely goes. It looks thin. And if it's misjudged, it could be a scratch into the bottom right corner pocket. So he's looking at getting safe. This is not easy at all either. Yeah, focused on getting that 6 up onto the short rail was a great plan and has been executed well. Hasn't given cover. So Alex has got plenty to have a go at here. He may want to just check how far that's off the rail though before he rushes in. (5-4), getting close to the magic 9. Points start to become a bit more valuable. Well, I'm not sure if that's what he's played, but if he has, it's worked out very well. A little flap of his right hand would suggest, okay, he's got away with that one. Victor bringing both playing cue and jump cue. Looks like his jump cue. As you can see, deep elevation. What a shot. Kept the cue ball on the table, has avoided the scratch. Jump bank on the 6. That's the sort of action we need to see, and more importantly, Victor needs to see, to just give him that little bump in the right direction. Can he back it up with a good 7? He can. And well, what looked like being a good run of fortune for Alex there, locking up Victor, has turned into a point on the board for Zalinski, and a very timely point to do it. Taking 2 points from his 2 breaks, bringing the scoreline to 5 apiece. Alex will be out of his chair to break. This. Ooh. Well, it brings me back to my introduction, ladies and gentlemen. In sync with the outside temperatures, I feel this event, this men's event, is going to really heat up. I looked at the lineup of matches on all 3 tables, and some of the matches that didn't make it, well, they fully deserve to be. There's some big names in this winner's second round. It looks like we already have a result in. Georgiev, our finalist from the Bellers Beckman Men's Open last week, he's just taken a very commanding 9-1 victory over Johann Demanyov. Alex to break, 5-5, race to 9. Makes the 1, makes another. Plenty of balls past the head string, plumb on the 2. As with yesterday, after a couple of wobbly safeties from Alex, his break really coming good and gives him every chance of putting points on the board when he gets to the table with his break stick. This is another. He's not completely convinced, and that may be due to position he can get on the 3. Victor having a little look around was worried maybe he was getting close to the 3, but he's not. But he's not happy with this shot. And calls his extension. I'm sure he'd like to run the cue ball through, but maybe fearing he's going to run into a bit of trouble. Whoa, played it with deep right-hand side, and it's careered into the 9 ball, and that's gone wrong. And that will be defense by the look of it. So Victor back to the table. He may be surprised to be doing so after the quality of the break from Alex. But he was indecisive on the shot he wanted to play as his opener, and he's been forced to play safe. Has got that. Bit of distance between the 4 and the cue ball. Room to jump. And that's what it looks like Zalinski's going to do. We've just seen a fantastic jump bank from him. Well, this is what Alex has got from that safety he's played. Victor would have been happy with this result. He'd be even happier if he's not locked on this 3, and I don't think he is. It has nestled up on this short rail. And he's going to come down and have a look. Hive of activity over on table 1. And that is because Joshua Filler stormed a march from my last update and has taken a very handy win over a tough Viktor Fortunski, winning 9-3. Looks like he's taken at least 4 or 5 on the bounce there to close that match out. Congratulations to the German. Now, the 3 ball has tracked a little closer to this bottom left corner. A lot of distance. It's remained close to the rail as well. What's Alex thinking here? He's thinking lock up Victor behind the 6. That's very nicely done. It may be close enough to the 6 to avoid the 1 rail across the table. Victor just had a look at that. No, I don't think it is, so should fully expect him to make contact on the 3 here, but with the 9 and 6 close to the rail and the 7 and 4 at the top of the table, hoping to bring Alex back to the table in a safe position. Needs to be high, and he's got away with that. Nearly potted it. He's hit that a little bit harder than he wanted to. I don't believe he was going for that. I think he was going for distance and leaving the cue ball on the short rail. where the 3 has run to. I'm not sure if the potting angle's on. I don't think it is. That would suggest it's not. So defense. Or is it? Yeah, it is. Bringing the 4 in play. Doesn't need that to stop short. May have done. I'm just wondering if there's a little bit of tension building in this match now. Different dynamic from a player being 4-0 up and the opponent being 4-0 down. Sometimes maybe just throw it all out there. But now, both players in with a really good chance, and Alex will not want to give away the lead. Oh, he was looking for a gap between the rail and the 9 that didn't appear to be there. And I have to say, he was very close to it. But that's not worked out. And after some patience and some good escapes, this could be the first time in the match we see Zalinski take the lead. How important will that be? Doing nicely, doesn't need to do too much but draw. And this, for the first time in this winners round 2 race to 9, Viktor Zalinski takes the lead, 6-5. Still neither player taking a break. They're in it to win it. I love it. And just to let you know what's coming up next, we have a short break here at the arena, and we'll be back for more live action on Pro Billiard TV at 5 p.m. And if we get any sneak previews of lineups, I will let you know. And don't forget, tomorrow we start our coverage a lot earlier than today. Our first match, I believe, currently still booked in for 9 a.m. Bright and early on a Saturday morning. What could be better than watching a little bit of pool? Alex Kazakis to break for the second of his 2, trailing for the first time in this match, 5 racks to 6. Made a ball, the 8 ball. Legal break, as you can see, the 2 and the 1 passing the headstring and remaining up there. However, 2 ball has stopped right in the way of the 1. Playing a delightful kick and stick. Really difficult to play that soft enough to not threaten bringing the cue ball back up the table towards the cue ball. It hasn't, and more importantly, he's got that 5 ball in the way. There is a 1 rail escape off the short rail at the bottom of the table, but Victor's been pretty handy with his jump stick, so it's a great tool in his arsenal, and he's going against it here. Have a look at that camera angle. If he doesn't run into the 9, does that 6-9 look locked up for an early combination? And more importantly, can you play another ball onto it even earlier to make the combination? Maybe something that the players have picked up on, but first, make the 1, get shape on the 2. Drew that back, very nice. Small window of opportunity to get shape on the 4. Oh, he's a little low, but that won't matter. He's just looking for the line, not necessarily being close to this 4. And now it will be all about getting shape onto this 5 now. You'd really like to have this scoreline back to level. We will switch players for the break. Nicely done. We've seen these side pockets just reject a couple of balls if they're not played precisely. Well, nobody even thought about my combination. They were looking too much at the run out. Now this shot will move the 9. Oh, how about the cue ball? Which way it will track towards the 7? For the 7. Oh! Nicely played. Was straight enough to avoid contact on the 9. Bit of an angle on the 7. Forced to come around the table. Played that very well with the cue ball running in off that last rail. Perfectly on shape for the 9. They're all going to become important racks now, but for Alex to bring the score line back to level, it's just what he needs to do. Six in a match that looked like it was running away with Alex. It's still now nice and tight and has been the last few racks. And we will now move over to Victor Zalinski's set of 2 breaks. We'll also have a little look around out there and see what's going on. Well, Dennis Graber in that all-Estonian affair is on the hill, but Karl Naderberg is on 6. It's 8-6 to Dennis there. Maybe a little twist and turn left in that. Simon Kural of Poland is 8-1 up over his fellow countryman Jeremy Novak. And Lazar Kostic is 7-3 up over the German Markus Hardke. And what a break for Zalinski to come out with. The only thing that may dismay him is that 5 ball locking up on the 8. 4 balls made off the break. You do not need to care about the 3-point rule in that situation. And if it's the 5 ball that comes back to bite him, he will be disappointed. As you can see, the 2 and the 4 are down here, which means he's not really going to be able to do, well, I say he shouldn't really be able to develop it. his play is to get underneath it and play the 5 ball into the same pocket as he's going to play the 4 here.
Now ballerina
That's where he wants it.
step number 3. Release 1 break
Oof.
each for practice and start your match.
Watch the cue ball. That is exactly where he rested the tip of his cue. All about this 5. He's going to be taking a chunk of the 8 as well. But as you can see from the way he was dressing up, he should always have that 7 on to the right side pocket. May want to be careful he doesn't put the 8 into too much trouble. Makes the 5. Great stuff. Drawing back for this 8. Made a great 5 up into this pocket. Looking to follow it with the 8 ball. And just let the cue ball come back out across table. Just like that, and to float down. And some of our viewers may have thought they were going to have an early lunch when Alex Kazakis was 4-0 up. And Victor Zalinski was shaking his head in dismay. But how it's turned out, and it's really brewing up to be an absolute thriller. We're in the winners bracket, so it's still double elimination. The loser of this match will move to the losers bracket and still have a chance of getting to the final stages. They will have to come a longer route to do it. So both players looking to retain in the winners bracket. When it does get to single elimination, the race is increased to 11. But this is race to 9. Victor now 2 away with the second of his 2 breaks, looking to put himself on the hill. Does not want to let Alex back to the table.
Next match for David against table number 10.
That's the 1. That's more than enough traffic over the head string. 5 ball is not behaving. And that may just take the wind out of Victor's sails for this shot. That will work. That should work. Cue ball tracking towards the 8 ball as well, threatening to hamper Alex's cueing. Now looking to come around the back of the 6. There's a very good chance that he can make this 2 ball, especially if he picks up the bottom short rail second. Keep your eye on this blue 2. Oh, the second kiss may have helped, may have not helped. Alex's face didn't really give away too much. No, it hasn't. Victor back to the table, and this is a good opportunity here for him here. If he can just hold the cue ball down at the top of the table for the 3, good things should happen. Goes in with power. That's because he felt he couldn't hold for the 3. He had to bring it around the table. He took a little chunk of the 9, which took energy out of that cue ball. So may have finished a bit better on this 3 without that. However, successful pot still at the table. Has he taken this cut on? Oof. Well, I'm sure if he'd have hit that harder, it would have dropped. But also the cue ball may have dropped into the bottom left corner. It's not worked out though. He's overhit that by a good foot. Alex may take this on, you know, if he can see the left side of this red 3. And could be a good steal for him. Well, I would say he couldn't see the left side of it. That or decided defense was better than offense. It's worked out rather nicely. He hasn't got cover on the 3. But there's certainly nothing for Victor to attack at, you feel. Well, we've seen quite a few bank shots made by Alex, but his last one was not successful. I believe it cost him the rack. He's having a look at the banking angle. I'm pretty confident of it. Could play it to bring the cue ball back around up towards the 6. Around 3 rails.
Next match for Iwan against Marshall, table number 15. Please have 1
No, my ambition was getting ahead of me. Alex looking to persist with the safety play. Again, getting good cue ball and distance, but not cover. This always gives your opponent a chance of just getting the advantage back. That may have leaked a window. Quite difficult when playing those type of containing shots. Really can come down to just a slip up on the angle you make it. Can just run one ball too far and not let the other one go far enough. Again, nothing to attack for Alex. Oh. Neither player finding cover successfully at the moment. So exchanging safeties. It's much harder to lock your opponent up when you're playing out of a safety where you've got full ball cover. This could be really the first one that falters. Victor looking for the 5 to come into play. Oh, the 3 caught the jaws of the side pocket. What has that left Alex to look at? Can he attack this? He may need to jump over the edge of the 5 if he wants to. No, I think he can see it clearly. This could be a good chance for the Greek. Ooh, was probably hoping to avoid the 4. And even if he did run into the 4, was not looking to pot it, because that's now left this 5 a bit trickier. However, one good recovery shot here from Alex. We'll be back to 7-7. And there will be nothing to pick between these two players now. Oh, it was a big shot to make. He may have had in the back of his mind that in missing this, his opponent could get to the hill. Should get to the hill, rather. But he'll be disappointed in that. Unfortunate in making contact with the 4 and potting it, but sort of expected him to make that. However, Viktor Zalinski back to the table. Not showing any surprise or haste. Good position shot on the 8 ball now, and will put himself on this hill. And at 4-0 down, with him shaking his head, you probably would have counted this fella out. But players, both Alex and Viktor, are at that professional level where they will never feel that they're out of a match. And personified by Viktor Zalinski here, with not just a great comeback, but refusing to let Alex get back into this match. Now takes an 8-6 lead, finds himself on the hill in this race to 8, and, well, the only saving grace for Alex here is that he returns to the table with his break, and probably getting the better success of the breaks generally throughout the match, although Viktor has had a couple of good ones recently. So 2 big breaks backed up with 2 good clearances. This could go all the way. Viktor will just be looking to get back to the table, and if he does, he'll be looking to take this match before he gets back to the table with his break. Okay, not the fortune that Alex was looking for. Legal break. Looks like the 1 and 7 were made. He's going to need an official for this one. And I have to say, looking at it, I don't blame him. It's very difficult to gain anything conclusive from the cameras. The players and the officials get a much better view. The referee's not allowed to tell him if it's on or not. But he can tell him if it's a foul or not. Keep your eye on this 2-9 cluster. And dare I say what I think after he makes contact. Ooh. He's just twisting his head there. He could play a push. If he's that worried, which he clearly is, he's like, no, I'm not going to play that shot. Risky. Opponent on the hill. I can understand exactly the thought process with our Greek Alexander Kazakis. He's called to push, trying to make it either Viktor's problem or set a little trap. He's taken the 8 out of play and left full look on this blue 2. Where's the 9 ball going to track when he makes contact with it? It may run into that 6. He's going to come down and have a little look, and I don't blame him. What's happening to that 9? Is it going to come off the 6 and make it? He's having a look. Well, what do you think at home, ladies and gentlemen? Is it worth the risk on the hill? If he can keep the cue ball from scratching, could be every benefit in taking this on. No. From the way that reacted, I don't think it was on. And Viktor just looking to keep the 2 ball in a bit of trouble. It hasn't. This has now leaked out enough to be an opportunity for Alex. Oh, Kazakis. Well, there were a couple of misses from both players at 4-0 in Alex's favour. Not been too many coming from either player since. That could be the most costliest one yet, though. He's got to look at this too. And at 8-6 up, Victor will fancy having a look at this. Well, he won't. Maybe he could hear me in the background. But that's not a bad effort at all. It does, though, allow Alex back to the table with an edge on this blue 2. And he could easily switch the advantage in this 15th set, 15th rack. That's played well. It's gone right behind the 9. Did the cue ball come round far enough? Possibly not. He could come off the short rail and run into the 2 and leave a little bit to the elements. Wants to avoid the double kiss if he's going to play off the edge. Well, he went for the gently, and it's not worked out, although it doesn't look like it's sold out. But Alex will just look to bring that 9 ball in between these two. Just like that. Ooh. Victor having a little look if he can nip that cue ball over the edge of the 9. Or is he just looking to see if he can see an edge? But he could just hop over the edge of the 9. Coming across the table is the other option. But if he can really feather this and get the cue ball around the table, good things can come. Ooh, good things could have come. Now, Alex can try and play a similar shot feathering off of it. I don't think the cut is onto the bottom left corner. The bank to the top left is definitely on. That is ambitious with your opponent on the hill. But I got to call what I see, ladies and gentlemen. He's going for the thin edge with an element of safety perhaps as well. Could make this 2. Doesn't want to leave the same window Victor did. And he has, with a blue 2 that's come a bit higher off the rail. This now becomes a bit more of a tempter. Oh. Oh my. Well, that was something you couldn't account for. Victor Zalinski scratching. That was not on my call sheet. And Alex out of his chair like a cut cat and has a great look now. Whoa. And keeping this match very much alive. And that's done nice. Should be able to play this straight. And if he has got an angle, he won't need to do too much either for this 6. Well, after that look on the blue 2 for Victor. You may have been forgiven to think he was going to take the match at that opportunity. He didn't see the scratch coming. I didn't see the scratch coming. Perhaps one or two of you at home did, and were calling it out. But it wasn't to be for Victor, and Alex brings the scoreline back to 8-7 with one more break in the bag. This could get interesting. So nobody taking a break yet either. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Well, both players are going to take a break at a crucial point in this match. Victor Zalinski, after trailing 4-0, not only came back into this match, but stole a march and held on to it. The scoreline now 8-7, Victor on the hill. But Alex coming back from the break, or rather from his timeout with the break. And we will return very shortly. I will take a quick timeout too, but don't go anywhere. This match couldn't be poised any better. We'll be back with you very shortly with the players for the rest of this winners round 2 race to 9. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we just see Victor Zalinski get back to his chair. Alex Kazakis also on his way. You join us back for the culmination of this winners' second round matchup. Well, the scoreline 8-7, Victor Zalinski on the hill. Alex Kazakis trailing by 1 point, but with the break. Both players starting to get good success from their breaks. So this one could go all the way. My name's Gethin Davis, flying with you solo on this one. Thank you for joining me. Just to let you know, coming up in about an hour and a half from now, on the hour at 5 p.m, we'll be back with more live action here from the Austrian Alps at the EUROTOUR on Pro Billiard TV. This, Alex Kazakis' last break of the match. Needs to be a big one. One ball made. 2 balls past the head string. Legal break. Nothing but a bank on the 2. Ooh. Okay, a little bit of drama perhaps in this penultimate rack. Couldn't get any more exciting. I did see in the text someone mentioning about Zalinski taking the break. Well, they both still had their breaks available. I think they both called it as well because they left their chairs. I actually thought they would have taken one a bit earlier, but nope. They've waited right till this moment. How decisive, or will it play a role even? That break. Alex on the offense. Turned down a couple of banks, but I think is 3 banks for 4 attempts. And a longer 3. And as you can see from this angle, 4 not passing the 9 by the looks of it, so we'll need to get the cue ball up to center table for the 4 in the bottom right. Wow. It was a longer 3, a little bit of pressure on it. But that will be a disappointing miss for Alex. And this 3 is there for the taking for Victor. It's going to be all about that cue ball. Takes a chunk of the 5, leaves a little bit to chance. That's not the prettiest of looks on this 4, but the 5 has behaved and stayed out the way. This is by no means easy for Victor in potting this and holding for the 5. Well, he's made the 4. Needs to get the cue ball back down the bottom of the table for the 6. Long rail to long rail with draw. And round the top of the 9 will work. This now looking very good for Victor. And from trailing 4-0 and not looking really too pleased with himself at that point. He finds himself 3 balls away from victory here and staying in the winner's bracket, progressing through. And very nicely done and composed after the break. Victor Zalinski takes a 9-7 win over Alex Kazakis, a hard-fought match. Alex will move into the loser's bracket and will have to come the longer route to get through to the final stages. Victor still in the winner's bracket and looking good. We will return with more action for you at 5 o'clock local time. That's an hour and 20 minutes from now, and we will bring you more live action from the EUROTOUR men's and women's event, free on Pro Billiard TV. My name's Gethin Davis. Thank you all for joining us, and a congratulations to Victor Zalinski. We look forward to seeing you back here at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Teraz będą jaja.